Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. How are we all doing? Nice, Dr. Drake. What's occurring when SPX and VIX go up together, as has happened this morning? Uh, it can be a number of things. Or it could just be demand on vol and a rising price on SPX. Like they're not always 100% inversely correlated. It can also be short calls closing. So sometimes you'll see like spot and VIX move up together on rising prices, usually during the intraday, but um, that can also um, that can also mean that like short calls are being squeezed out. Good morning, John. Are we bullish? I'm not particularly. No. Although if we get a really hard drop in the early part of the morning, we may get a turnaround. The put side of my GME strangle really saved that particular position. Nice. What's up, McConnerberry? Happy Friday. What with the option data graph you showed, think I'll be selling any tops. Okay. I learned a hard lesson this week. Never buy short dated options on Fidelity on a Friday. Probably. Did you put the bull bear confirm lines on your WeBull chart? No. ES is at 42.92. So it's got a little ways to go down still before things get spicy. Let's see here. Pretty decent put interest down to 260, which is roughly, well, we're still about $5 above that. And then 260 to 250, 55 we could get kind of stuck at. There's some short vol interest here, so a little bit of protection for the 275 Vega risk. I'll see if they're able to fill the gap. I think it would be reasonable to see that. And then remember the range from 275 to 4300 can be filled very quickly. Unless you get more in the money puts coming in today, which is probably not likely this early. Especially at these vault like VIX prices. That's for earlier popcorn. Still holding my Tesla 215Ps I bought before earnings. Thoughts on price action? Didn't we cover this yesterday when you asked me about it? Well, they're closer to being in the money. So that's kind of cool, right? I have puts for today too, but they're pretty deep in the money already. I mean, the next resistance to the downside's 212.50, so that'd probably be your primary target there. It looks like shit, if that's any consolation. Ooh, interesting. They want the pumpies. Oh, hey, GME's doing a thing. Okay. Is Jimmy getting shorted to oblivion or just selling off? It's getting short. Well, it's been getting shorted very hard. Midnight DD Gurk greater than early morning coffeeless Gurk. How dare you? People are undrsing from computer share and letting the hedgies use the shorts, which is cool because then we get shorted. Dangerous Dan. Welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Ooh, QQQ pumping a little bit. Let's see if they can get back 75. How are bonds looking? Yields are getting kind of chewed up right now. Dollars down. That should ease some of the vol pressure. ES isn't doing too great though. Good on the trend. Okay. There's 75. Mm, 4305. Let's see. Hmm. How does GME look for OPEX? Well, if the tips start contracting, pretty good. The VIX sad today. The VIX is being shorted heavily. Probably at 4250. Hmm. Any call buying? I'm looking right now. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a bit of call buying all the way up to like 4310. Um, but they're still put buying at the money. It's hard to say who's gonna win here. The put side doesn't need nearly as much volume to push us further down, whereas the call side needs quite a bit to get any kind of meaningful leverage. Thanks, Teaspoon. I appreciate it, dude. These pumps are lame. Well, they're not very strong. I think ES is still down on the day. Yeah. Do you think the pumpers have an advantage, or are they going to fight no matter what? I don't think they have an advantage at all. Thank you for the super special message. You only send to pigeon whales on their birthday. Happy birthday, Costellosaurus. The secret GG is great too. Should I turn this 1K into 100K easy? Taking the day off. I'm going to spend the day in here and make some money. Nice. All right. Fucking A. Happy birthday, dude. Let's go. Ooh, wheat's up today. That's fun. Jimmy getting shorted right the fuck back down. Vol moving up again. I think I want some... No, I'm gonna wait. T's looking fine. I know. Remember when everyone was all worried the other day? So what you're saying is I should commit all my settled cash to a directional move for the rest of the day and toe ring? No. Random lurker, what's up? I just finished watching yesterday's stream where you doted on finfluencers. I was just curious of your thoughts on the plain bagel guy. I don't actually know anything about him. I've heard about him, but I've never seen any of his content or anything. Is that Bruce? Bruce is the bagel guy, right? Or is this a different guy? It may not calm down. Plain bagel guy has weak shoulders, and that's not a good sign. CFAs are terrible investors, though. Look at Bipolar Bear. Did you hear Pulte's buying more GME today? Enough is enough. Oh, who gives a shit? Excuse me, Gurk. Can you pump this thing above 4,300 stat? No. It feels like another day of BS trapped in a tight range. Oh well. Uh, let's see. Right. So some of the charm from the AMX spree is blowing off, and that gives us a little positive lift. But as we move into the latter part of the day, not so bullish. I'm not a CFA, CPA, whatever. Neither one of those things qualify somebody to be an investor. When do you look at reposition or manage a profitable spread? Well, ideally when it's profitable, Farmville. Sometimes when it's not. Try to cut the call side of the straddle before noon. And if we drop below like 65 here, I'll probably just cut the call side of the straddle anyway. That's brilliant. Thank you. I have a CDL. All right, trades, calm down. Has probability increased for a big volatile Siri move up, or is it still around 3%? I don't want to say the probability is increased, but it kind of looks fun. Ooh, maybe. When did it do those? Siri's doing some weird shit right now. That's very odd. I think most of these things, GME included, probably won't have any realization until after OPEX. If we go down 2% on SPX today, can you please at least play the bear song once? I can think about it. Holy fuck, puts are overpriced. We didn't even fill the gap, so yeah, it's not particularly good. ES is kind of selling off really hard here. Gamma's expensive as shit. Let me see something. So we should have a little bit of a turnaround to the upside here if we can clear 4270 again. Fucking momentum's shitty though. Give me a second. Kind of trying to think about this. Calls are pretty cheap right now. think I'm still just gonna stay away from this for a minute. Very uncertain. We did lose 75, but 65 sucks. That's pretty bearish. Hmm. You can YOLO some QQQ 357Ps with me, Gurk. I don't want to do that. Feels like the market's waiting for geopolitical news to dump. Interesting. I sold my spread and bought one single XSP put, so I'm not gambling too hard. But you are gambling. I'm kind of still trying to think about how I want to approach this. I don't particularly like the descending consolidation here. Although it's far less present on ES. Another bounce here is likely to move us harder to the upside. Well, let me see how call positioning looks. Yeah, so there's like quite a lot of calls being bought at 70, 75, and 80. I'm trying to get puts to capitulate on these sharp moves up. They really want to retest them. Don't forget that they have a shitload of exposure at 4,300 that expires today, and it's sold, and it's underwater. Not that Bears can't beat them; they could, but tough. It'll be tough. Any predictions for BTU earnings next week? They'll probably keep making cash. I don't think their earnings are going to be phenomenal because Chinese demand has been way down, but it should be in line with like last quarter. I'm sure EPS will still be positive, but revenues and EPS maybe down a little. Losing 60? Okay, that's kind of bearish. Getting some momentum. VIX is picking up. Where could we go? 40? Is $8 even worth a 4250p? Yeah, that's kind of the problem I have with it right now is like it's a little overpriced for the potential. Like 4255 kind of sucks. There's some call interest at 60 and 70. So, like, if we end up chopping and you overpay for the out of the money puts, you're just gonna get fucking wrecked. Also, QQQ's looking a lot healthier than SPX right now. USD JPY is back below, well, back under 149.90. I think we're seeing maybe some of their yield curve control in effect this morning. It's pushing down. It's pushing down on bonds, which uh, could help push correlation a little bit. So, like, the broader conditions are favorable to a pump. Options positioning isn't, but the rest of the market is. If every bear feels the same way about puts not being worth it, well, they don't because they're still buying them. Like there's a lot of put volume, but also because they're expensive, it entices selling as well, right? And I think the 4200 and the 4190 are being sold very heavily on the zero DTE. That still looks bad. So does that. Yeah, I don't want to play the chop down game. I don't like it. Bad setups. Old broke 2K. Did it? All right. Hmm. How the fuck is that so expensive? The calls aren't cheap either. Big OI at 16. Probably people selling calls. Might be some interest. Especially before close, I bought a 1 DTE AM straddle. Why isn't the last price of my straddle moving? Because the AM options are already expired and settled. Thanks, Tyler. Even though Carl timed you out, I appreciate it. Look at the banks. Yeah, I like this a little more. Protect the risk at 50 or keep sliding. Hmm. NQ still outperforming. T's moving up. Why am I looking at T? Oh, that's right. Couple more dollars of the downside still open here. All right, some more aggressive put selling coming in. So they're trying to turn it around here. I don't know if they're going to be successful, but they're giving it a go. Hmm. High likelihood of 43.75 ES bounce. 42.75? Well, we're testing it right now. If we break down below this, it gets really bearish. Ooh. It's kind of fun. Almost a new intraday high on VIX. Continuation or no? Okay, more put buying. More put buying. Put buying's increasing at 42.40. And then starting to build a ramp down to 42.25. ES has fallen below the trend. This is good. This is decent signal, but we might be running out of momentum on the bear side. So we're either gonna I think we're either gonna run out of momentum here, or they're gonna buy more puts. They need to buy some more though, because pushing through 42.50 is gonna be tough. But vol will go up a lot if we do. A lot of vigor risk at 42.50. No bounce? Well, not yet. I think I'm gonna put stops on the straddle. I think this is kind of like my medium low range for the day too, so yeah, a little lower actually. Mm. Still some put buying going on. All right. Bears might stuff this bounce. Sounds bearish. Yeah. they're definitely trying. Moving away from that 4250 gravity inch by inch. Hmm. Interesting. So sell the puts. I wish I bought 4250s for 800. Welcome to high VIX and super expensive zero DTs. It's gonna be like this a lot. This is the whole point of DRS, right? Get the price as low as possible. Apparently. And bears are kind of just grinding down right now, but I don't know how much more room they have without repositioning a bit. Like 4240 maybe. But there's some decent call interest starting to build up at like 50 50 60. So if there's any profit taking, especially like 4275s from market open, This could swing back. Jimmy's getting weird. I like that. How about we just crash? It's not, OPEX isn't over yet. Right now, I mean, right now, bulls are far more incentivized to fight back than bears are to keep buying overpriced out of the money puts, right? Bulls have risk at 4250, 75, and 4300, all of which is in the money right now. $28.85. That's starting to turn around. Yeah, downside momentum starting to stabilize here, just a bit below the long-term trend. Yields are still a little underwater, although the 30s bounced back a bit. Dixie is moving up again, though, so I can pressure vol more. I think VIX will hit 25 at least before we see a major pullback on it. Yeah. Can you please put your thoughts of the current state of the market into a haiku? No. I tightened up my stops and got stopped out on the last bounce. I think I'm gonna wait a bit before re-entering to play it safe. That's probably smart. About to tap a major ES resistance. No, we're still pretty far from any important ES resistance. The next like really important one's down at like 260. There's probably more sellers ready to come in at like ES 4270, which so far we've avoided crossing. Sell volume's kind of starting to dwindle. Fuck that. Time for calls. Is it though? Let's say puts take profits here. How far does the upside extend? Could bounce all the way back to 4,300. What's up, Greg Barry here? I got something strange going on with my TOS account. I woke up this morning and my available balance was negative 419,000. Nice. I took 2 reps to resolve it. I scalped SPX. Now it's negative 150,000. Sounds like you need to get back on the phone. Selling on ES hamburger. My tiny port is up 26% this week and 66% on the month. Nice. I've been using lower risk strategies and making better decisions because I'm less stressed. I couldn't have done it without you. Cheers. Thanks, salad sandwich. I appreciate it. I picked up 5 DTE SPX 250 here. Call? Or put? No, okay. TOS is punishing people for tearing gang. Uh, 4240. Kind of still on the table. Yeah. Put buying's kind of leveling out a bit. So I wonder if that means we're gonna see capitulation near here. Uh, there's a little bit of a ramp building down to 25. I still haven't gotten stopped out of my straddle yet. I'm just going straight down. Feels so weird to be winning as a bear without the fucking market just doing a deep V every 15 minutes. My tiny port is up 60% this week, 200% on the month. Nice. I've been using the same regarded leverage UVXY positions I did before, but it worked out this time. Couldn't have done it without you. Thanks, son. At one point, my TOS day trade buying power was negative 1 million. I kept buying puts. Well done. Why would I capitulate when I'm up 100% on my at the money put? Because other people will take profit before you. Is my buying power is correlated to the put strikes I'm buying? That's weird. It sounds like just like a bug. Also, margin's not turned on. Of course not. I'm getting severely diminished returns because I'm buying calls for V's, but profits are profits. I've been wrecked too many times without the calls. I've just been selling. I'm just selling bull put spreads in the money instead of buying calls. That way, if it keeps dropping, I lose a little bit less. Maybe this increase in vol and VIX will pressure vol shorts. I mean, it is very obviously. Selling would kind of negate the OPEX meme runs. It depends on how illiquid those OPEXs are and how much covering needs to be done. But yes, if there was major sell-offs, I mean, this isn't that bad. It's down 60 BPS. And it actually doesn't look like mid caps are getting hit very hard at all, so. About the bottom, fuck yeah. Nice, Carl. Taylor Swift will make as much as 4.1 billion from the Eras tour. Yeah, J-Pop printed too much money. Oh, I got stopped out of my straddle. So when you have some uncertainty like that and you think it can reverse, like selling in the money credit spreads could be a better way of um getting a hedge in place that's not so sensitive to the price continuing to drop, right? That's the wrong company, Grant. Someone was definitely laundering money with those dumb concert tickets. I know someone who went and bought like 10 tickets and then sold them for like 3 grand a piece. I was like, that's just you're just trading options. I don't know who Grant Cardone is. I don't really know if they're like a commodity. There's no. Is there. D- Delivery's digital. It's just in NYSE to list Taylor Swift ticket ETF. Kathy Wood says it's going to 3,000 by 2025. I used to despise ticket resellers, but they're just out there making money. Are we any different? We're probably worse. What are the chances that we just bounce around here with everyone buying, selling the October trend line? And everyone's drawings being $1 or $2 different from each other. Pretty slim because nobody with actual money uses fucking TA. Super important Discord DM when you have time. Jesus Christ. Ticket resellers are the worst. Just don't go to concerts. Why would anybody want to go to a concert? This fucking loud, crowded bullshit. What a waste of fucking time. Update? I did not buy the bottom. I mean, if it bounces here, you technically did. If you don't buy resold tickets, there'll be no ticket resellers. Also true. Where else am I going to show off my hand-knitted Taylor Swift crop top? Fair, I guess. Locally, I don't know, maybe at like a supermarket or Costco. The dumpster. Okay, you didn't buy the bottom, Carl. Bears aren't. You mean bears aren't organized to hold us, organized enough to hold us down here all day, right? Bears are getting pretty organized and outnumbering the bulls. And live recordings, worse than being there. Still some chick screaming, but now she's in your home. Human experience is costly. Concerts are just stupid. They're just a big record label cash grab. I love Swiffers. They're great on my hardwood floor. That's okay. I have like a dust mop, but it's got a squeezy handle, and you squeeze it and it sprays liquid. But it's not Swiffer. It's like some other brand. I never use it anymore because I have the little mopping Roomba, and he kind of goes around and mops everything. Is anybody bull put spread good as a speculative position, or only best used for hedging? You could do it as a speculative position too. Let me tell you what else you can squeeze and have liquid spray out. Your left nipple. I mean, you don't like sitting in bleachers crammed in like sardines, practically sitting on each other's lap because they want to fit as many seats as possible in the arena. Nope. Yep, doesn't sound like a good time. Hawkish Paws must love that moving water tank. He's not afraid of it. He actually doesn't care about water. He's quite weird. Why the left one? He hasn't pumped it yet. How do you know I lactate? Did my wife tell you? No, but when I opened your, I went to your fridge to get a drink, because I was really hot and sweaty, and I saw your like tiny bottles of milk and Carl's cheese experiments for August, September, and October, sitting there on the shelf. And I wouldn't have thought anything of it except you wrote Carl's cheese on all of the Ziploc bags, which was very odd. Unsubbed. So like cheese from Carl, exactly. Bear confirm line broken. Yep. Vic's new high. Is it broken? I guess a little bit. It's tested. It's not broken. Carlsberg. Don't at me for organization, you shill. When does upside become off the table? I don't think that's a thing. Which model Roomba do you have? I don't know. Whatever the most expensive one was 2 years ago. It mops pretty well, yeah. I have both. I have the little vacuum guy and the mopping guy. They kind of just follow each other around my house. Like a little robot train. Bing wouldn't let me make this prompt. Viking with red beard squeezes pectoral muscle, which sprays milk like goddess, fountain goddess with pickles in the background. At least it's trying to protect the internet. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever put them in a cage and have them fight to the death? That's not a setting in the app. You ever wake up and they're watching you sleep? No. I have a Roborock S7. It's a both a mop and a vacuum. His name is Ricky, and he's fucking fantastic. Lower low incoming this month. Above or below 4,200? Hmm. Good question. Uh. Probably below 4,200 by the end of month. Jimmy's gapping up. It's doing stuff today. It's kind of cool. They targeted gamers. Rock'em Sock'em Roombas. Jimmy. Rebecca comes to my house every Tuesday and does the same and folds laundry, changes my sheets, takes out the trash, and 10 other things. Well, isn't that nice for you? I have a cleaning service that shows up on occasion. Usually quarterly. I have a quarterly cleaning service. I'm poor and clean my own house and do my own laundry. It feels bad. Time is money, Nuke. They just do like a deep clean, like the shit I don't feel like doing every day. Isn't time the most valuable thing money can buy? Yeah, but that's what you're doing. That's what the transaction is, right? You're buying time. The question is, are you buying time at a discount? Is Rebecca your mother? You'd have to ask him. Jen cleans my house every weekend and folds my laundry and 100 other things every day. Take that. Wait, you're Jen. Can you monetize found time? Yeah, it's called selling theta. Rebecca's not my mother. I also do not believe Rebecca is her real name. I don't really use anything in my apartment, so I don't- it doesn't usually need a lot of cleaning. But I would say I'm pretty neat. People have said that my apartment is shockingly clean, and then asked me if I was a psychopath. Your computer and passport's gonna go missing soon. Whatever. I can always get another passport. Between that and the freezers, what do you expect? Listen, the freezers are not nearly as creepy as you make them out to be. No, I'm not. Are pits still building down here? Are the bulls applying pressure? Ooh, there's some covering going, like actual covering going on GME. That's very exciting. Whose idea was that? Hold on. There's still put buying going on. What there isn't a lot of today is de-risking of short put positions that are in the money. And that makes me think that they're going to try to bounce it at some point. Or they haven't, at least they haven't given up trying to bounce it yet. I'm just holding my gold position for all-time highs. Maybe well nuke. Your apartment is so clean, Girk. Yeah, I put down plastic tarps before I turn on Huey Lewis in the news. How bad have you worn out the floor in front of your computer? I haven't. I have one of those, like the mats, so my chair is very slidey. You don't sound or look creepy enough. You've got to up your game. So that's the saving grace. Is this the Friday covering they do before Monday, Tuesday shorting to fleece people chasing OPEX? Probably. They will. Someone will short the whole NES, find an iceberg, and it's gonna pump. Gold is going to 6K in 2 years. Probably not. But thanks for that info, Peter Schiff. I have the rollerblade wheels and the mat. All of that's pretty clearly on display when you go into my apartment. Quick name. Pickles Penne. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I don't know what it was for, but thanks. How often do you stand at your standing desk? I don't think I've ever. Well, no, that's not true. I've done it like twice. Paifei's immense rugged handsomeness is how he persuades the ladies into the freezers. There's no people in my freezers. And they're not all freezer. There's 4 compartments, and you can adjust the temperature at will. So 2 of them, sometimes 3 of them, are refrigerators. Or all 4 could be freezers. Or I could go half and half. Samsung Sub-Zero. I bought them from this like restaurant down the block from me that was going out of business during the COVID for like nothing. They were super fucking cheap. Did you test your standing desk to make sure your cords are long enough? Yeah, yeah. I can raise it up. My internet didn't become unplugged. This feels like a bottom. Hopefully. Did we finally reach the end of the water slide? I guess we'll find out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What happened to Upstart? Got fucking wrecked today. Was what happened to Upstart. Upstart might keep getting shorted here. If it breaks below 25, that's really bad. There's a lot of puts there. Not just today, but in general. It squoze and then it sold off. What about Updog? What about it? This is one of many support levels. Whether we continue to find support here or not is still hard to determine. Nice crypto. Remember this 357p? They pronted super hard. Nice, man. Well done. You know what? I kind of want to look at Siri real quick because it looks weird. Hmm. Oh, that's a good question. Institutional ownership is falling off. Top ETFs. Cows? Jesus fucking Christ. Hmm. Hmm. Yes, double bottom on the 15. Yeah, we'll see if this gets a bounce here. You're supposed to say what's up, dog? Siri borrow rate with Fidelity at 21.25. So 5 minute momentum on the bear side's starting to turn around a little bit. It's not very strong though yet. Still need to break 42.50 to the upside to push out any serious amount of the positioning. Although there's a little bit of effort being put into it. it's so far not very successful. QQQ got rejected hard. See if ES holds 263 or not. Discord's, oh, sorry. I'm not a TAologist, but this doesn't look bullish for the day. I mean, I don't think we're going to have, like, a bullish day, but we could still get a bounce. I will say that if we do get a bounce, it'll probably be met with de-risking, so careful chasing it too hard. My GME 15s might be saved. 10-20 expiry? You better hope the fucking market rips. The next level of charm that increases to the downside, that's way out of the money. We get $100 out of the money. I mean, whatever, if they are able to get a bounce, which is still questionable, but if they are able to turn this around and get a bounce, it'll go as far as they can squeeze puts out. If they can get it above 4250 again, 4275, then they can push it all the way up to like 4300. So it could be really wide. Right now I'd be more focused on like 4250 though. Getting back above 4275, that might not happen. How far do you think Meta can drop today? I don't know. It's dropped like $5. I'd say that's pretty impressive so far. I've been in meetings all morning. This looks super bullish. Yeah. Does it? That's, oh, okay. That's why there were so many periods. That makes sense. I bought more 4250C because I'm a degen. I don't know how degenerate that is. It's like a little bit degenerate, but we've broken the first trend, yes, but what about second trend? Calls are kind of expensive still. Yeah. They're not going to get a lot cheaper though, right? Bostic speaking right now. Again? Would that guy shut the fuck up? Why is he speaking so much right now? He's got like a speaking engagements like 5 times a day lately. He's not even a voting member. How degenerate is a bull put spread? 42.40, 42.35. I sold some 50.60 and 55.70s earlier. It's not that degenerate, I don't think. It depends on how much credit you get. That's what determines the degeneracy. Bostic is Tom Lee's mouthpiece. Nobody's paying a non-voting member of the Fed $250K for an engagement. Maybe Powell or Yellen, but not some fucking rando no vote. That's why he's got to do so many of them. Powell does like one lunch in a quarter. I'd pay him $50 to stop engaging. He just says like completely off the wall shit that's not even in like the Fed's narrative like wheelhouse. He'll be like, I don't know, I could see inflation above 2% being the long run goal. What? Hmm. How would you confirm a move in either direction here? Well, a breakdown of 35 would be super bearish. Yeah, Fubo's still pretty illiquid. It's getting more illiquid right now, too. So they're shorting into the drop on Russell. Nasdaq's getting slaughtered. This is cool. I hear liking the stream will make it break a direction. Probably. Win Siri to $13. I'd really be just okay with like 7. I bought a bunch of VIX calls back in 1780, and I'm hedging my puts, right? Don't play the bear song at all today. Why? Play it now. My spreads are in danger. This is getting pretty ugly. Hmm. I really don't see put buying easing up. Hmm. $42.45. Like the downside momentum's kind of shit, but I don't know. I guess I'll find out in about 10 minutes. 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah. We're hitting the 1-2 sigma downside on the 5 minute right now. Well, very close to testing it. And GME is dead again. That's fine. Any chance the MM pulls the ripcord and rockets this up? Yeah, because they're carrying like a lot of put hedges, right? So if we start to move up, the MM's gonna drop those put hedges, and it can push it up faster. Well, short hedges. But they kind of tried that earlier and failed, right? Like back here. Here and here. And the upside and the like vol short were just met with more put buying. As long as people keep making the market to the downside though, the MM's not gonna drop their hedge, right? And as far as I can tell, put buying hasn't really stopped. It's slowed to a trickle, but it hasn't stopped. The next level we drop to here, I think if we don't get a bounce or a bounce fails, we could drop under 42.25, maybe even down to 4,200. It's kind of the extreme move for the day, but it's possible. Is there any event today to look out for when positioning? I'm looking for short-dated call entry on SPX. I don't think there's anything coming up. Master speaks at 12:15. That's it. Some oil shit at 1 o'clock. Starting to get a turnaround on the 1 minute. But we're still about I think we're still about 10. But I guess once this candle closes. Yeah, we're still about 5 to 10 minutes from any kind of bigger shift in momentum. Or well, at least an attempt at shifting momentum. Ozempic being tested on children as young as 6. How do you have children 6 years old that are obese? Twinkies? Bad parents. They sent first graders to school with family-sized bags of Takis. It's ridiculous. You see some chunky, hefty kids at daycare. This is why I homeschool. Just wait, because your kids are fat, or because if they go to regular school, they'll get fat? Obese children and strong, high bond yields are strongly correlated. My wife makes her kids lunch in super fancy bento boxes. They go to first grade with salad and stuff. I've been averaging down my core put positions for the past 2 months. Now, today, I have to average them up. This is ridiculous. SPX about to lose 42.30 here. It could, yeah. It's been a long time since we've had just a down day. It's kind of cool. Why did you let me sell the spread? Now I have to buy a put. And if you just bought a call though, you'd be down like 80%. We've seen news here in Skandistan about US school lunches. Now ketchup is fruit or something. They're disgusting. I used to just leave my school and go buy food. Don't was spoofing the 42.59.58 zone with 100 lots, and there's a 300 lot on 42.57. Orders got filled and they exited at 42.60. Now it's doing the same thing, but with 400 lots. I ate school lunch all the way through high school, still skinny, too much sugar and carbs in most of today's foods, plus a higher percentage of kids are not as active as they used to be due to a lot of things. Due to a lot of things, or just due to parents handing them iPads instead of dealing with them? Later, crypto. Oh, happy birthday to your daughter. Is seller boxing a real thing or something RSS made up? It's a real thing, but it happens on like stocks that are worth less than a penny. In a cash account now? Okay. Whatever. I mean, as long as you made money, who gives a shit? What's there to be annoyed about? Just wait till Monday and then see what opportunities present themselves. As someone who bought a call, it's actually down 76%. See how much better the spread is? So I get to hedge the upside, but if it keeps moving down, I only take a 20% loss. And then if it breaks to the downside, I can just buy a put. If it makes you feel any better, I got stopped out of the put side of last night's straddle at like 42.50. Does Jimmy's price action today indicate covering? Some of it did, yeah. Why not have one account for spreads and one account for like cash stuff? These slow grind days are hard for me to play. They're not good to trade. It's better just to like set positioning and be patient. Like long, slow up and down trends, you should try to avoid. Unless you have longer dated positioning, like 1 or 3 days out or something like that. Days like today tend to benefit options sellers more than they do options buyers. Fortunately, the early part of the day was a much steeper drop. Has it been 10 minutes yet? Gotta be getting 2 more minutes left. All right. Well, this is either gonna reverse or move down even harder. But I think we're hitting kind of an inception point here. Um, I love how 1 to 3 days is longer dated. Well, for trading, yeah. I mean, that's unless you're swing trading, and then you're looking at even longer time frames. But you're not gonna play intraday price action with shit that's like five to 14 or 30 days out, right? There's been a pretty steady flow of put buying all day. So yeah, there's been like little bouts of capitulation, but nothing big. No big swaths of profit taking. I think we might be getting one here. Still have like another minute to find out though. Nope, nope. We should be there. I guess it started to bounce a little. Not a lot of momentum behind it though. If this reverses super hard, does that make Dork the winner for the week? They would have to reverse really, really hard. But it could. I don't think any of us are really that right. Like we're all just right on different days. GME is not flight to safety. If the market crashes, GME will go to like $3. Doubt it. Okay. Its book value is like $4. They don't have a strong enough cash position to hold anything greater than that. No. 4. 415 to be precise. Is this the V? It's the attempt at one. Tesla dropped 15% and they have a cash position of like 30 billion. Yeah, but they're a shitty company. Can we talk about Tesla is soon to hit your long-term PT early? This V doesn't got the juice. It's not getting a lot of juice now. But it's still trying. Clawing its way out of 30 was a pretty big hole, so let's see if it can reconsolidate and move higher. Ugh. Decent number of 42, 30, 40, 50 calls coming in. They're giving it a shot. Tesla long-term PT 200? No. Just tuned in. My idiot port is up 40%. Are we expecting to go higher? Um, we could. How much is the 40? Is it still fucking overpriced? Jesus Christ. Options are so much money. Yeah, different style of car. They've had the same one forever. Is that big volume on the sell candle? No. GLD is like 185. What's your price target? I have Jan 180s, 190s, and 200s. Most of which were bought around like 175. So I'm doing okay, but uh I don't know, 190 probably. What do you do with the spread if the market crashes? Buy back the sold put and let it ride. If you can afford to buy back the sold puts. Sometimes you just gotta wait till the theta decays. The whiteness of your arms is blinding. I think it's just the lights. I have my windows open today. I feel a little better for a bounce now. Yeah. Starting to get some momentum. Don't say I didn't warn you guys. GME $3 before 20? We'll see. The upside pressure on the market here might add a little lift if there's already covering going on, which there does appear to be some. Jimmy should be illiquid enough that it's kind of sensitive to the market. If your put spread goes deep enough in the money, it will act like a call, and your position will go up in value as it bounces and VIX drops, provided it doesn't go above the sold put. Yeah. You probably want to be careful opening spreads that are too far dated right now. If this is the V, what's the target? 4250, and then it'll depend on put capitulation after that. But right now, calls are targeting 4250. When do you decide on selling longer versus shorter dated spreads? I feel like right now is a time where short dated is easier to trade. I mean, generally shorter dated spreads are like you usually I have like less theta on debit spreads and more on credit. But that really depends on which credit position. So there's a lot of variables, but yeah, usually like if I'm trading debit spreads, they don't generally have a lot of theta. Sometimes they will, but that's rare. VIX down on the day is wild. It'd be even more wild if it squeezed puts out. We still haven't even picked up like a ton of momentum yet. Hmm. It's 12 o'clock right now. Hmm. It's like the start of an inverse head and shoulders. Looks like it's just ripping. um, Thank you for all the wisdom. Based on my knowledge gained here, I sold my Tesla 215 for $4 at the bottom when it was turning around. I bought them this morning, the morning of earnings, for 24 cents. Thank Elon. It's great that he doesn't know how to run a business, right? Sorry to hear that, Lugs. Do you think this could turn back down? Well, we're gaining momentum to the upside right now. So bulls might get their bounce here. Or they're more of a bounce here. If it gets above 42.50, it's going to start squeezing out more puts. So the market maker is going to drop a lot more short hedges. So it could start moving faster, but it doesn't move really fast until it gets above 42.75. So even 42.50 to 75 is still a struggle. Why is your shirt still on? I don't know. Why would it be off? Also, the downside to selling really wide short strangles, like 100 wide. High likelihood of making money. Buy a put or call if it moves against you. You could do that. Overnight moves are the biggest risk with short strangles. They still have 4,300 sitting up there patiently waiting for some bull juice. They have 4,300 sold puts sitting at 4,300 waiting to not be fucked. That doesn't necessarily mean that they won't be. Probably gonna consolidate here a little. $4,400 off the table? I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. A failure below 50 would be mighty bearish. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Actually, a failure below ES 42.75 would be pretty fucking bearish. Are we going to OPEX next week and crash? That'd be cool. I'm using the top bottom range for SPX in your daily DT and selling an Iron Condor 0 DTE at the start of the day. So far it's working, but do you think this is a sustainable strategy? I mean, my ranges are really good, but they do fail sometimes. So careful with scaling. That's the problem with those strategies is the payout, like the risk reward tends to be kind of bad when they're that wide, especially that short dated. Um, and rarely is hedging worth it. So they kind of scale poorly. Like the more you leverage up that bad risk reward, the worse the position gets, right? And then when you do take a loss on like a big like 1 or 2 sigma day, um, you could lose everything you made up until that point. So it's okay. I mean, in limited amounts, but yeah, hard to scale. If there was a significant correction, would SQQ be able to jump, or would that be too fast for it? SQQQ tends to benefit from extended periods of downside. Not that it wouldn't rip in a crash, it would, but it definitely benefits from the uh, fucking words. Oof. Are they de-risking the 50? Do I need to buy some fucking puts here? Mm, not yet. No, not volatility. Exponential gains. So you get like a base effect on SQQ. Well, any of the leveraged ETFs, right? So if something trends up or down over a long period of time, um, your percent gains every day start to compound on the total, right? So say QQQ moves -1% a day, right? And you know, SQQQ is at 20, and then it goes up 3%. And then the next day it opens, right? And it goes up another 3%. But it's 3% on that base total. Because it's 3% each day, right? Or well, 3x each day's returns. Should be like 2060, and then what 2060, and then like 21, 20, 20, 21, 38, right? And then that would just keep happening. But if you get big moves, you know, your base is like 20, right? So if it drops 10% a day and you get a 30% gain, you know, it just goes up to 26 the next day. But if you had 10 days of 3% drops, it would go up much more. Yeah, if it turns against you, you can get fucked. It depends. It can withstand some drawdown, just not a lot. Possibly Darbwire. Hmm. It's pretty bearish. $1,000 credit. So if I buy the 35, okay, that's not too bad. Talking Goat, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. This is getting more bearish again. $40, $30, $40, $35, $25 interest picking up. Puts coming in for $42.10 as well. Yeah, it's ugly. I think I got some shit for Monday. Let's go 10 wide Monday. So three of those. That's what, 25, 15. $25.10. I prefer those under $5. Hmm. These are $3.50 each. How the fuck is VIX down 1%? I don't get it. It's turning back around. What don't you get? See you later, Maeve. Wasn't that backtest? Yeah, that's pretty bearish. Is this a bear flag or an actual bounce? No, this is a failure of the bounce. I wouldn't really call this a bear flag, but we did bounce. Descending consolidation, right? They're shorting VIX and their V's are getting stuffed harder than a Thanksgiving turkey. You're not wrong. SPX is down 0.9 and VIX is also down 1. Well, VIX ended the day yesterday pretty high. We got a first bounce, but when second bounce? I don't know if we get a second bounce here. This can kind of just keep dropping. I think they de-risked the 50 a little bit on the 4,300. They're not gonna rescue the 4,250 sold puts. It wouldn't appear that way. I mean, they did what they could on the bounce that they got. If we break 35 here, we're probably gonna get more momentum downwards. VIX will pick up. VIX did some ups and after hours yesterday. Wow. Ooh. More VIX shorting. Tesla slipped 212.50. Can it get under 200 next week? It could, yeah. How low might it reasonably go today? Uh, it's a good question. I mean, like, we're probably not going to see 4,200, but sub 4,220 is definitely on the table. Maybe even as low as like 4,210. The put buying is pretty persistent. I think we're still going to have a bounce here. Maybe. It looks weak. Are they buying calls here to pump this? Not right now. Yeah, they're not buying a lot of calls right now at all. They're selling puts, but not a lot of call buying. Welcome back, Dork. How are we doing? Chopping? How much of this do you think is actual market crash? Bear market versus SLD drawdown? Well, if it's an SLD drawdown, then we should expect some upside, like next Monday, Tuesday, and then continuation of downside after that. Isn't this how they set up the pump? Sell puts, wait for calls to get cheaper, then buy calls. Yeah. Do you think they're trying to maximize leverage by primarily selling puts in the morning when you get more premium for theta and buying calls in the afternoon when you pay less for theta? Yeah, that's exactly how it works. The inverse of that's also true, but how much of this do you think is actually market crash, bear crash? Massive downs on Friday continue equals continued downs on Monday? Not necessarily. The question is, do they just de-risk on the pumps because there's so many in the money puts? They de-risked on the last one. Yeah. Fubo's getting shorted pretty hard today. Helps that Russell's down too, but I was gonna copy you, and I cut the call side of the straddle at 42.65. I regret not copying you. What straddle? The overnight? You you cut the put side at 265? Probably just 250 close. Yeah. A little bit of call buying coming in. So was that a bear trap? No? They just supported the 235 resistance. They don't want it slipping 225 again. Or ever. I should say 255 ES. They don't want it slipping 255 ES. I guess that's not quite 225. What is that? It's like 230. I cut nothing at 65. I was going to copy what you said earlier. I'll cut the call side of the straddle on a break of 65. Put sold at 238. Now I'm looking for a little pump to cut calls. Well, at least you low ticked the puts. Kind of. Looking more and more bear flaggish, yeah. Although that bear flag may mean a higher high, right? Still. That was a plain white Stussy shirt, $110. When I was a kid, they were the cheapest brand, along with Big Johnson shirts. Remember those? No. Are we closer to jumping to 100 now before the end of the year? Yeah, Tesla's a piece of shit. Elon Musk tweeting about buying bonds. Yields are about to skyrocket. You mean drop? You think they're going to drop? Pretty big future sell-off still here. Oh, I hate that shit. Midday chop is the worst. Fucking day trades, man. Let's sell the 25 against it. Guess that makes sense. Sell the 30 against it. Did someone rob the bulls of their tea? They're in a shitty situation. It's not the lack of tea, it's the lack of meaningful bullish positioning anywhere on the trade. I regret buying anything today. It's kind of a meh day. This looks like pumpies, and I hate it. It's a drawn out attempt at pumping. That doesn't mean it's gonna succeed. Feels it's about time for Bostic to speak again. I'm kind of okay with either outcome. Either they get the pump or they de-risk. That's fine. Or they fail the pump and we lose 42.25. Had a good morning. I might be able to make the minimum payment and remain a poor interloper in the Society for Advancement. I can't pretend to understand the cult lingo. You'll get used to it. I don't think so, Ben, but maybe. I love the marble idiot example. I was hoping that would be helpful. What's your cost basis on GME shares? It's like negative $1.70 something. Wow, adjusted cost basis is like negative like 174. I think my actual cost basis is like 16 something. I don't actually know what the actual one is. I have to see if Fidelity reset it again. I say so it's 350 BPS over several days. Do we see a bounce next Monday or Tuesday before the Bears push it below 4,200? Possibly. I think it'll depend on if today's charm, like if we end the day charm negative. Also might depend on if the market crashes Monday. Let's see how bad Bears want the dub. Yeah. They've got the positioning. They just aren't pushing very hard. I mean, options are just really overpriced, right? We probably won't see bigger moves till the end of the day. Do you feel it's a lot less risky to buy Jimmy shares now since the price is under 13.50? No? Maybe they'd push harder if you showed a little more skin. I don't think so. Nah. Oh, there's like no volume right now. Plenty of time still for a new low of the day. Yeah, there is. Do you want to compare tips? Not particularly. We're super below max pain. Nope, not relevant at all. Max pain is a meaningless number. Market makers dynamically hedge. Okay, story, please. Why do yields drop today? Like, what's the mechanics behind it? Sorry for the basic question. Someone's buying bonds. Might be Japan. Max tips. The tips are starting to contract. A little. If the market gets like a big volumetric breakout, it might pressure more covering on GME. I think this just gets rugged again. I mean, it's not really. It can get rugged again, right? Whether that happens or not, I have no idea, but it can get rugged again. They're buying more calls here, so they're at least, or they're buying back. They might be just de-risking actually. Maybe that's, yeah, maybe that's just de-risking. So they're not that they're buying calls, they're closing short puts. That seems a little more accurate actually. Hmm. Forming a head and shoulders. Starting to, yeah. No 4250 breakout upside. I don't know. We're close to it. We could get it. We just broke 4250 like 5 minutes ago. 4250 to 4275 still quite a struggle for them. They need to break 4275 to get a breakout. But if they're gonna de-risk puts at 4250, the upside doesn't look good. Yeah, I know it's a push. But they're buying back sold call or sold puts. And pushes generally don't keep going once they start doing that, right? It's a pretty fast way of killing the pump. Both? I'd put it at a 7 out of 10 on the spicy scale. Win lily puts? I already have lily puts. What do you think they're de-risking? Probably the 50 and the 75. Maybe whatever they can from 4300 or longer dated 4300. Some of it's longer dated, right? Because VIX is spiking, even though we're trading flat. I'm not sure I'm ready to trade Lily again. I had a bad experience. Didn't you own GME for like 2 years? The whole thing was a bad experience. As a current GME owner, I can say it still is. Ooh, big pump. Someone just bought back my dead 4350C 0 DTE leg. That saved sweet $5. If they're not de-risking positions above 4300, are they just expecting to let them expire at whenever? A lot of them expire today. There's a shitload of 4300s that expire today. GME is a learning experience. I just hope it fucking pumps this week. No, this coming week. Brew? What is it? Ask Jeeves. If you pump it, I'll pump it, and then we can touch tips. There's an active investor who bought into VFC. Activist investor? Okay. So you're gonna chase it? Well, either it'll pump more after the buy-in, because it's been shorted to fucking back, or vol shorts will just come in on the volatility pump and slam it right back down again. Risky. He likes to run on weekends and go sailing. Not being able to get a hold of 4250 is really bearish on the pump, right? I mean, they've kind of got a hold of 4250. It hasn't failed yet. So No, this rejection was bearish. These, not so much. If this rejects again, maybe. Although, does it look like it's going to do that? Reasonably, it could. I mean, do they think they're going to squeeze out the puts at 42.50? How's the upside? Achievement's way up. What's the best way to hedge a sold condor? So you opened it like an inverse one? You could open a butterfly? Or you can turn both legs into butterflies. So you can turn the like put leg into a butterfly and the yeah, I think you can turn the put leg and the call legs into butterflies. Hold on, let me see. Um, so I think if you like buy two more and then sell like that, or you can spread it wider. Oh, that's pretty even. Something like that. You can hedge the middle range, but you still take a loss on the like outside of like a 0.2 0.3% move. Did I miss a Lily Pickles pick? Not everything I trade is in Pickles picks. Especially if it's super risky. Wider? What's wider? Check DMs. Hmm. Ugh. I'm not telling you where to sell your spreads, AJ. Inverse iron condor is same like wet tissue condor. I mean, they can be good for very long periods of time, but they're usually not very good on like the zero DTE. You said spread it wider. I said wider. Oh. Nice, Odorous. Well done. You'll get there. Just focus on it. People who are full port into bankrupt companies do not need to know the full depths of depravity of your trading. Probably not. Do you hate chopped cheese because it reminds you of market chop? No. Would you call this a bear flag or bullish consolidation? It's a bear flag. It's like the definition of a bear flag. But there's still more upside range on it. If this breaks down here, I think I'd close the put spread dork. Just even. It should break up, and then I can close it for a profit. I mean, the flag might not break down before the end of the day. It may not. Why is Jimmy ripping when I need it to go down? I wouldn't call 30 cents ripping. I think me and you have very different definitions of ripping. Starting to consolidate here. Is Brendan Wilson half squared? Ooh, they got the big pumpy dork. Re? It'd be cool if Jimmy broke Delta neutral today. Is that the whole range? We gotta fucking pump harder than that. How high can this go? Next level would be like 75, 60, 75. You could also just reject here. Seems like a real possibility. I think 4305, 4310 would be the absolute top. Well, that's provided they're able to keep pushing and they don't just fail. They start pushing VIX down too hard, they're just gonna drive yields back up, right? Hmm. Some post on X that JPAL is doubling down on what? Ooh, interesting. I see it, Dirk. When does that update the AAA? Every day? JPOW needs a Twitter account? He really does. I'm in a meeting, so I can't hear everything. I just want more downs, so I have an excuse to buy stakes this weekend. You don't need an excuse. Hmm. Fucking weak. Is that a future sell-off? It's a rejection. I'm gonna wait till it breaks this trend before I cut my put spread. Alright. Goodbye. Why is the market maker not just snapping it up? Is this gonna keep just fucking around? VIX is rocketing. There we go. That was easy to get a fill. Blurk. Can a rising VIX be used as a general indication of increased put buying at a level? Not necessarily. Only if they're within the auction window. So Master just said nothing, basically. All right, Dork, make the market go down. I'll be right back. Fucking bounced again? Boring. What? No, Look, I tried, okay? It's alright, Dork. There's one small problem. I can't close this put that I used to hedge. How's the cat lady doing? What were you guys doing? I was making a salad. I have no fucking clue what she's doing. No, I was making a literal salad. It's got artichokes, cucumber, lettuce, fresh mozzarella, olives, hot cherry peppers. It has no sexual connotations whatsoever, though. It's not part of the ingredients. De-risk or are bulls getting a foothold? If they get a foothold, are they just going to use it to de-risk? I want to buy 42.55.60 and hold into close. Assuming they get and hold 42.60. Am I dumb? I've been gone since this morning. You want to buy like bull call spreads? When you fell from heaven after convincing those GME shorts to cover, they haven't covered much. Thanks, Trustkill. Sorry, guys. Forgot to turn it back on. There's already an ASMR tag on the stream, Grim 2. Get your shit together. Is max pain a thing? I mean, it's a value. Is this a broken bear flag, or can we still see new lows? It's still just a bear flag. It's becoming less consolidated, but it's still a bear flag. So, like, the consolidation here broke down, and then it just recovered in the prior channel, right? Hmm. Can they still get 75? I mean, the day's not over. We don't have much news. Hmm. Ooh, people have been selling off Japanese assets. God, value in this market's like fucking free. It's ridiculous. How's Upstart looking now for possible ups next week? Not great. It's getting quite illiquid, the underlying is, but I think there's a good chance that it stays illiquid till earnings. I have $80 worth of GME calls for next week. I guess you could say I'm a whale. Have they still been de-risking 4250s? They're mostly de-risking the 4300 and 4275 strikes. They're not de-risking the 50s that much. Buying every dip, you know how they do? Hmm. As we wind down time on Delta, okay, so as Delta decays, is the volatility that is it the volatility that gives value to the option, right? I mean, Delta still gives most of the value, uh, depending on the moneyness. But yeah, volatility becomes more important as it increases into expiration. Would you rather try to close a bear put spread for Monday, 42.75.70, sell or buy the opposing bear call spread since the put side is less liquid, or hedge in some way over the weekend? I mean, you kind of got a lot of your hedge packed in there already, but I would probably just close it if you're in the money. At this point, though, the value of your like if this moves up, the value of your spread as we approach, what would you have 75, 70, will go up. This is going to be a 9-10 on the spicy scale. Ooh. Gets kind of weird if we hit 42.40, huh? Spicy rips or spicy dips, Stork? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like even if we do get a decent upside pump, which seems still improbable, like it's just gonna fail, right? They're just gonna try to de-risk as much of the 4,300 as possible. What expiry would they be de-risking at 4,300 today's? Yeah, I know it's far away. But it's just all delta, right? Any upside move makes it cheaper to close them. GME ups on market moves. GME is getting sensitive to picking up some sensitivity to indexes right now, which usually means it's really illiquid. Are you leaning more towards a breakdown here? I think it's just a fight, right? Bulls spent the whole early morning selling puts, and now they're going long calls. Someone's gonna go short calls once a top is found, um, and then these will be bought back and probably pull the market down in the latter part of the day. If they touch my tip, they can get a little liquidity out of me. That's cute. Oh shit, you're right. The volume on the daily for those contracts are insane. I mean, you figure at this level, it's like a $5,000 loss per contract minus the premium, right? But if you can close it at 58, that's $800 a contract you just saved. They got fucking buried hard. But if they closed them yesterday, we would have we would have rocketed down even further, right? They can't liquidate them all at once. Otherwise, they just blow Vega out of the water, like VIX out of the water, and everything's gonna fucking move down hard. So you gotta pump and then de-risk and pump and de-risk and pump and de-risk. Waste my fucking day. It's not all about you. Fuck your 4260 calls. 4275. I sold some 4300, 4305 bear calls for Monday. You know where we're going Monday? 4200. Hey, dude, since it's slow right now, I just want to say have a good weekend, and I hope you get into some kinky stuff. I didn't really have anything planned, but I could try. How about 4200 today instead? We'll find out how scared the market really is going into close. Mmm. It's been a long time since we've had any real fear in the market. So you guys may not remember it. But sometimes, especially on Fridays, when people are scared, they sell the fuck off before the weekend. God, when was SPX's last 100 BPS drop into close? It's been a while, right? Last Feb, maybe? Or last March? I remember those days. They were fun. Those are pretty cool. I don't know if we have enough fear yet for that, but we might. Boomers start getting spooked and doing weird shit like selling their SPY on Friday and buying it back on Monday. Is it fear or people just fucking off into high yield treasuries? Same thing, right? As my financial advisor, I demand that you employ my extremely unusual trading strategy. Where's your manager? Don't worry, Dork. One day you'll get to be on the receiving end of those calls. They're the worst. Anything fun planned for the weekend? Not really. I'm kind of just tired. Maybe I'll be more motivated to do things later. Yeah, most people are just oblivious right now. The biggest thing scaring a lot of people is like the 36th anniversary of the 1987 crash. Like anyone actually gives a fuck. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting, Dork. Why isn't the market at 4100 right now? I'm gonna buy JFresh an airplane ticket to Chicago so you can go into the CBOE and sort shit out. Does the buy every dip behavior mean they buy more people's bags? I mean, there's got to be a seller. But if you buy and then it goes up, they're not bags anymore. What do you do? Just walk in the front door and shout, "What's going on here?" I don't know. Try to get them to care about proper risk hedging in the market. Don't you dare say things like that to me, Dork. That's only one step away from saying something about the composite man. Does anyone physically work in the CBOE offices anymore? They're all remote. They probably are, which is even better because then he can go in and just turn the VIX up to 10. End of day call buying going to rocket this thing or puts still building? There's still plenty of puts. Both options are getting cheaper as the day progresses. I think as we approach 2 and 3 o'clock, our proximity to 4250 becomes very important. Do I have to worry about a run on Upstart? Or are my puts finally going to go in the money? It's probably a concern. Although they could short it a little bit harder. The borrow rate's going to start going up, though. I guess it's a bit more liquid than it used to be. Let's get one of those random news candles down to 42.25. That'd be cool. And then just stay there for the rest of the day. This probably just won't drop until Monday because it's being a bitch. I've also buying a few put condors to give a profitable range. If we close anywhere between 4,200 and 4,275 for Monday, easy money. No, short dated condors are never easy money. VIX is at 20, and you want to sell a short dated condor with like a, what even is that? That's like it's lopsided too, right? It's like 50 and 120 BPS spread. GME keeps going up. I wonder why short sellers are not shorting now. It's fucking OPEX. There's no mystery. I warned you about selling your fucking GME at the bottom yesterday. Would it be a good idea to close the put side of my GME strangle? Was it a short strangle? Long strangle? Probably, I don't know. Is there any value in the puts? What's the point of buying a long strangle on GME? Market crash? That's a weird position. I don't know. Probably. It's currently trending away from your puts. Ooh, how much money do I make if this just rips? Give me a second. My $500 investment into GME's OPEX. So I have 30 1621s. $30 1621s, and then I have, what the fuck's the other one? 20 1519s. Okay, so if we test delta neutral at 4x, that's not bad. If we test gamma max, I make like 20 grand. Yeah, I'll take it. Gamma max? Uh, $20.61. Ew. Charm favoring pits if we're sub 75, 50. 50 is more important. I'm starting to wonder if the bear flag is going to break down at all on SPX today. It's starting to. A little bit. Negative beta? Finally? Uh... Are you doing the annual Gherk costume contest this year? That's never been a thing. How do I get rid of this fucking emoji thing that's popped up? RC's gonna leave Pulte holding the bags. Maybe. Ooh, Jimmy IV's going up. I just zoomed out on Jimmy. If this thing goes to $20, lols. That's not that crazy. Gamma Max is exactly 50%. I don't know. Options are still overpriced. Yep. It's ridiculous. Everyone's broke. Nobody wants to buy a 42.50 put for $7. Yeah, but if you win on one, you're losing on the other. So yeah, you can do like double and triple butterflies. Usually with condors, the return isn't great enough to cover the loss. I mean, you don't need to explain them to me. I understand how condors work. But if you sell multiple condors, right, and you try to create like an overlapping structure, right? Your total profit's probably just going to end up being your peak profit of any individual leg, right? But if you land in these areas, your loss will be greater than your total credit. The reason it works with butterflies is because the returns are better. So you can do like triple butterflies, and like you basically get nothing if you land outside of them, right? But like if you land here or here you take a loss. These are like zero, but you make money on the peaks. But that's because the returns on butterflies are greater. Also, these are a bitch to leg into. Like you need a really flat market and a decent liquidity to pull it off. They're a little easier in a bull market when everyone's buying, but right now they could be tricky. Also, vol is high. All of those strategies don't like high volatility, right? Because you're targeting price being range bound, and volatility implies greater moves each day. What's your expectation for BTC? I have a buy order at like 12,000. No problem, Donald. I mean, with condors, you're usually better off waiting for like a low volatility environment and then just selling them like 300 BPS wide with like 30 or 45 DTE, right? And then, hedging like 50 BPS if you need to. And then like if it exceeds, right, and your hedge prints, you just close your hedge and reposition this. The line's preventing SPX from going down. I don't think anything's going to stop SPX from going down if it breaks below 4240. Remember when you canceled your BTC order at 16K because you didn't want to catch a falling knife? Yeah, I do. It was only for like 3 coins. It wouldn't, like the returns wouldn't have been that crazy. Someone just called me a bundle of sticks. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Was it your wife again? Yeah, all because I kissed a dude for 30 minutes. You know, tell her if she wants an open relationship, this is how things are gonna be. I don't know if there's a way to say it that's not derogatory. Unless you're British. 30 minutes is less than one DTE. That's nothing. Gork, 4,200 end of day. I hope so. I have a really shitty put that I bought earlier as a hedge. And it's only gotten shittier throughout the day. And then I don't really have any other positioning. Like, I have November puts. Some of those went in the money today. That was really cool. But I'm not selling them anytime soon. GME all the way back to 1330 before close. New to the channel, half today. It's great. Thanks, Mark Kinch. Where are your leftover put hedge at? 43.35. It's almost in the money. I'm going to Brooklyn to see Depeche Mode tomorrow night. I wonder if you had any restaurant recs for a group of 6 people. I don't know. What kind of food? I don't eat out in Brooklyn a lot because I don't go there very often. But if you give me a cuisine, I can throw something your way. Hold on 1 second. I gotta fucking manage this bullshit. I take it you'll be making reservations because you'll need to. Italian gastropub steakhouse? Hmm. DeStefano's for steak. Or Luger's, but they're really not that good anymore. Blanca. I don't know if they're still open. Blanca's really good if they are. Michael's is really good. Blanca or Michael's for an Italian. Don't go to Gargiulia's, they suck now. Your hat says VWAP? I thought it was VWASP this whole time. No, I murdered the VWASP with the VWAP hat. Since we've moved into a lower range, if you rolled your November puts down lower than 4,200, I have puts lower than 4,200. Spreads, though. So I have spreads that go down to 4,150 right now. I haven't. Have I bought anything else below that? No. But I did pick up VIX spreads. Because the VIX pricing's starting to normalize again a little bit. I was able to average down my long-term position a bit on the volatility today. Use some of the profits to pick up a strangle. Feeling good about the put side. It's 1031, 422 to scare bulls. All right. Wait, does Michael Jordan have a steakhouse in Grand Central? Very white American Saxon Protestant. What? Olive Garden's disgusting. Is this MOASS? No, it's not real. No, Olive Garden is not the best Italian food ever. You take it back or I'm gonna ban you, Breton. Take it back right now. I don't give a shit, Brett. Alright. Disgusting. They put flour in their sauces. Gross. The breadsticks aren't even made of bread. They're like light foam that's been like cooked in a mold. No problem, Richie. Hmm. That's in Manhattan. That's not in First. It's good, but that's not in Brooklyn. not sure Olive Garden even qualifies as a restaurant. I met in Manhattan. Ah, okay. Google is my friend. Volume weighted average price. Yep. Olive Garden is a golden corral, but they bring the food to you. It's it's so I've eaten it once, and it was the fucking nastiest food I've maybe ever had. I don't know how people return there to eat food a second time. Teasing me isn't going to get you the eggplant parm recipe, Fluffy. How greedy should I get with my 4340p? I'm up 100% already. I don't know. How greedy do you want to get with it? It's not that they return, it's because they can't ever leave because of the obesity. What if you just get your kids really fat so they can't move too much? Like, instead of it just being carelessness, it's a strategy. Baseline, when your mom made red sauce with ketchup, Olive Garden is Wolfgang Puck. Wolfgang Puck is garbage. Also, I'm sorry that you grew up with that. All of you Midwesterners. That's terrible. Tacos and ground beef tacos and fucking ketchup and spaghetti. I promise you, there's better out there. Kegrick new here. Want to say thanks to the strategy help and risk management. Stop typing send. Okay, Travis. We're accepting of bots here. You can hang out. It's all right. We were too poor for Olive Garden. Is it expensive? St. Louis and Omaha don't have good Italian food. The St. Louis contribution to Italian food is a fucking dry ravioli. It's fucking disgusting. Like, I can't understand needing to mimic Italian food as a poor and not just buying Italian food. It's poor, like, all Italian food is poor people food. All of it. Like, carbonara is like 15 grams of meat, pasta, and some like eggs and cheese. When I was a kid, you could buy like a can of tomatoes was like 30 cents. Why the fuck are you putting ketchup on your pasta? That's more money. The ketchup costs more money. Back in my day, tomatoes were 30 cents. What are they, like $1 now? They've gone up, but I would say the vast majority of this chat remembers when canned tomatoes were significantly under $1. People don't go to Olive Garden for Italian food. They go to Olive Garden for Italian styled food. Fuck you, Grim 2. Oh, we're getting bots again. Like actual bots. Wait, was he kidding? I think you might have just. I think you might have murdered somebody that wasn't a bot. Fluffy on that trigger finger. Jesus Christ, man. Don't piss Fluffy off, guys. I remember 3 for 79 cents. I gotta go OG when I want to evacuate my system. Hmm. That's a banana. How much can it cost, Gork? They're like $1 or something, right? Okay, maybe he is a bot. I don't even know now. Now he's like on a whole nother thing. It's like the town crier. What's your fucking deal, Wisdom A? Do you just go around from one YouTube chat to another shouting? Shouting things? Should try jerking off or something. They should have been banned for being a mark my words person. Yeah, those are the worst. I like that Fluffy hates the same kind of people I do. He's like that guy in the corner telling everyone the end is near. It's just like, you gotta have something better to do with your time, right? Recession coming sometime in the future. Heed my warning. We expect there to be a recession. We have puts. That's kind of what they're for. We still got a little ramp going to the downside, but I don't like this bounce. Gross. Pepe Rosa and Soho is excellent. He's going to Brooklyn. Skynet launches nukes at 2:33 p.m. on October 24th. Make money now while you can. Let's break 20. Stop typing send. Nice try, Brett. I already know you're a real person. Salty shawarma. Have you seen Dole? Dude, it's almost back under $10. Here goes Gurk validating me again. You're so much more than just a troll, Brett. I got alerts for every 20 cents. Dole has just been smashing his earnings. It's it, it was like one of the my best like pickles picks, and I only got to buy like 1/10 of the position I wanted. Oh god, I accidentally clicked hashtag spy in the description. My recommended videos will probably be screwed up for weeks. You should just click on the ones, like click on all the videos that are actually about spies and not about the market, and you'll be good, right? I thought we were just naming restaurants. IWM can go a lot lower. We just need this bear flag on ES to just keep breaking down. See? So it was a bear flag. And now it's broken down. Where's C-Mill so I can show them how this works. Is he hiding? I only have a 0 DT put and put spread for Monday. I'm not ready for a market crash. I'm not gonna lie, Castelosaurus. This sounds like a you problem. The market's not necessarily gonna crash on Monday. It's not like all market crashes happen after OPEX on Monday. Sometimes it's Tuesday. I mean, if they crash the market right now, they're just doing it to keep from paying us on GME, right? I wonder if GME drops to $3, do I buy more? Don't talk about that. GME $100 leaps, same like 12,000 C SPX leaps. Vol spike on crash. Maybe not in the way you want. Mr. Pi-Fi, tear down that line. Why? If I get rid of it now, the market will bounce. I love how we're heading towards a new low on the day, and VIX is going to be substantially lower than it was earlier. What a great fucking bullshit. I was a little slow. All right. After being bounced to 30%, I decided 100% was adequate. Here comes the rain again. 7 weekends in a row in greater NYC area. Dang gummit. Dude, during COVID, I swear to fuck it rained every weekend for like a year and a half. If the market crashes now, I'm okay with GME crashing to 0 because that means banks are crashing harder because of IWM, and I'm okay with that. Not that many banks in IWM. There's a few, I guess. Smaller banks, smaller regional banks. I don't think any of the big boys are in there. Maybe like Cat 4 banks. Is there an El Nino in? I don't fucking know. Do I look like a meteorologist? It was Nina then. Thanks, Lawless. Is Jimmy gonna score it? Maybe. It's illiquid. SPX long dated November options seem so expensive without getting spreads. Is this the case right now, or am I just poor? Both. Not sure if OPEC's Friday market crash Monday was a joke or not. What would play into increasing the odds of a market crash given OPEC's? Do you want to rephrase that? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking. Financials make up 16.34% of IWM. Not all financials are banks. I think most of the shit in IWM is like financial services. It still bounced around and I'm sad. Sorry to hear that, big Dill Danionaire. SPX 4150 Monday. That'd be cool. Why do market crashes? Fuck. What was. You deleted it. Are you saying what mechanic makes market crashes happen or more likely after OPEX? All the leverage and hedges fall off. It's a loose fucking connection, though. About Jamie around this time 3 years ago changed my life. You mentioned some data echoing that time, so maybe I'm just hoping. I appreciate all you do, good sir. I mean, it might. The biggest issue I have right now is that the cost to borrow hasn't really moved up, even though it's moved up on ETFs. It hasn't from broker dealers, um, and we haven't checked the prime borrow rate in God knows how many months. But I'd imagine that that's very low still too. Now that could just be a product of more retail holders selling over time and the lending market becoming more liquid. Um, but XRT was re-reg showed on Wednesday, and generally when XRT is on reg show, we don't get OPEX runs. I don't know how that's going to work with it going on reg show and then coming off reg show and then going back on reg show, because I'm not entirely sure that's ever happened before. Usually it goes on and then it comes off and we run, but having it flip back and forth is a bit strange. Geared towards trying to tie together ideas of underwater Vega risk and how that could contribute to a cascading effect of violent downside post OPEX. And if you get a cascading effect, it's going to be due to Gamma, right? Or Vana. But a lot of the hedges that the market maker's carrying are going to fall off after OPEX, right? So, like all the in the money puts today that are sold The market maker is not going to carry that delta hedge forward into Monday, right? So after expiration today, they can just start dumping them, and so that's one of the reasons, like big like market crashes generally follow big OPEX expirations because you already have like a little bit of a catalyst. Also, everyone's like leveraged up because it's right after the SLD period. So they're all sitting on big fat stacks of freshly deposited margin. But it's observational. I mean, I don't know if it's entirely accurate, and it seems to be more prevalent from like 2000 on for like big corrections and crashes to happen after OPEX. And that could be, you know, volatility becoming a tradable product during that time frame. But that's more for academic research. I don't really care that much. Hot spaghetti's anytime. Send. Thanks, Travis. No worries. Is it illegal to shoot an owl that takes your Tootsie Pop and eats it? Is it an animated owl? I just added margins to my port. How can I take advantage of this guaranteed market crash? Man, can the Bears push a little? We were flat at 42.40. Um Probably not yet. Maybe in power hour. Hmm. That's interesting. They're selling some puts right now. Yeah, we're mostly just sitting on the futures resistance, but volume's starting to die down, so we'll probably break one way or another. Descending consolidation, sort of, so maybe a small upside break. It'd be really cool if it didn't do that, but it could fail. But it's still, yeah, it's still finding a lot of support here at 42.63. I don't think they want to retest that 2 sigma. There's sellers there. At least they killed some of the momentum from the bigger drop. That might be the only win they're really looking for here. Overall, though, into the end of the day, it still looks bearish. Oh shit, dork! Fine, I'll buy a put for end of day dumpies. Did dork get margin called? I hope not. Hmm. Son of a bitch. Alright. This is super fucking boring. Still selling a lot of puts. This is kind of that breakout. It's getting stuffed. It'd be cool if it got stuffed faster. Does Upstart have a ways down to go? It's starting to look really unattractive. Really attractive again. Whoops. Yeah, it may. They could get shorted pretty hard into earnings, I think. I would be careful with OPEX, but maybe after T+2. Just in case. Fubo's back at 234. GME's almost back in its trend. Interesting. Do they pump into close? I think this can still fail. It still looks kind of shitty. Charm's a fucker. Interesting. Pumps are upon us. Eh, we're just kind of trading flat. I don't really think there's a lot of pumping going on. At least not yet. If anything, there's more put buying coming in right now. Yeah. I don't know if there's enough put buying coming in to actually move us, but Jimmy waiting for Cenas. Yeah. Please, 424 SPY. My 0 DTE 423 calls would appreciate the end of day move. I want it to go the other way. Where do you target a drop to if it slides? 25? Although a ramp could pick up as puts get cheaper.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
A song? It's been so long? That's not true. It's Cena's time. It sounds like Chris Brown. Nice, adopted by the Dans. The guy who wrote that song is definitely on a registry somewhere. Probably. Where do you think we close? I'm still in 4225p. Hopefully below 4225p. For your sake. Do you ever crave alfalfa? No? Strangle, straddle, or both over the weekend? If we stay above VIX 21, I'm gonna straddle, or, strangle. If nobody does anything, this is gonna fail. We need the call buyers to fuck off. Yeah, it'd be cool if they would. I just want the put sellers to get squeezed. They sold so many fucking puts today at 42.25. Fuck them. They should buy them back and squeeze us down. They got their day's worth of theta. SPX -1, VIX -1, beautiful market. That's because SPX isn't minus 1.25, right? Put seller? Oh yeah, now I'm gonna put sell even harder. Probably. Ooh. I mean, you know it's gonna be like this until they lose the 25s, right? They're gonna fight for every fucking inch. Fuck them right in the eye. It's dark. It's that feeling when your girlfriend says deeper, but you've got no dick left. Navy nuke. Today's been a great day. Have a great weekend, everyone. It's Mario time, courtesy of my local Target. I'm glad to see you're supporting an American small business. that's been shorted into the dirt. Thanks, Navy Nuke. You too, man. So I'm trying to start shit, Bob. Good night, Moon. Good night, Vix jumping over the moon. Good night, little Kenny doll with his red balloon. Wait, what was said? I was busy stirring some food. I said it's like when your girlfriend says deeper, but you've got no dick left. And then Bob's trying to start shit by asking me, how would I know what your girlfriend says? Yeah, well, I mean, that one's pretty obvious. It'd be a greater day if we closed at 4,200, Madman. How wide would you go on over the weekend strangles if VIX holds over 21? I don't know, like $10. Not too wide. 5 or $10. Nice one, Bob. Unless the Bears grow some fucking testicles, 4,200 is impossible. The puts are expensive, Lawrence. Why a strangle? Because I can. That's actually the answer. Oh, fucking Christ. Imagine being somebody who found Pi-Fi in July and started buying puts. Ah, one can dream. I've been buying puts all fucking year. How many puts were up 100, 200% and you didn't close them, Tarb? Be honest with me. Adopted by the Dans. Thank you so much. Lawless, welcome to Cornichon. Give him a shout out for hooking you up, man. That jam puts up 133%. Should I close them? I don't know. Do you think VIX is done going up, JFresh? But it wasn't you. It was adopted by the Dans. You're a fraud, Bipolar Bear. I currently have 1x 4375p November 17th. I'm holding that thing to 500% or expiry. Nice. Also, possible big escalation into the weekend if Israel goes into Gaza. Yep. I'm gonna strangle Max. They wouldn't do something so dumb as losing 25 today, right? I mean, they wouldn't like to. God damn it. Alright, this is starting to look a little more bearish. Let's see if we lose 55. 4240, 4235. Ooh, dollar's moving up again. Okay. 3-month correlations turning back up. Hmm. Still a good amount of put interest at 35, 30, and 25. Wish we'd stop bouncing on every fucking downside move. Bubble trap. Just more VIX shorting. Oh. Time is it? 3:27? Oh, I wish winter would come already and everything would just fucking die. Two. Oh. Are you allergic to ball shorts? No. I don't know, Taco Squire, Gordon. What's the last 30 minutes gonna bring us, Gorg? I mean, frankly, I hope futures fucking sells off to 42.27. These fucking cocksuckers keep buying every dip. Look at this dip buying bullshit, dork. Yeah. Same shit. Oh, wow. I'm gonna lose hundreds of millions on a drop. It's fucking ridiculous. It wouldn't be such a fucking problem if they didn't sell so many goddamn zero DTE puts at 42.25 earlier today to de-risk their shitty zero DTE puts at 4,300, 4,375, and 4,350. I wish the bond buyers would sell like fucking 200,000 futures contracts and just crush the bulls right now. Who wants to carry their longs into a weekend ground war? I mean, what the fuck? JFresh is making Farmville peeners now. I gotta go time him out. Hold on. Unbelievable. JFresh is wildly running back through the SPX chat and deleting all the penises he posted. I already saw them. I saw what you did. I solved a problem today. What was it? So my cat loves to jump on my lap. Okay. What I've done to fix this behavior is reach down and try to pick her up. If she doesn't want lap time anymore? Oh, and then she runs off. Okay, weird. So you think your cat's only doing it to piss you off? Reverse psychology? Fair. Find a stick, sit on it, and pretend you're a corn dog. My wife, who's hot, by the way, says you're like, you sound like you're gay. He's usually right. LOL, just kidding. How does one sound gay? He said he. My favorite thing in the world is buying a put, then selling a put under $10. $10 under it for more than the long put. It makes me feel like I'm cheating the system. You're not. You're actually playing well within the rules of the system. Straddle this weekend? I'm strangling. I'm strangling this weekend. Was Jimmy done covering now? No, I don't think there was like a lot of covering that happened. There's very little covering. I thought you were gay when I first tuned in. Thanks. Now I feel special because I feel like I'm cheating, even though it's allowed. Don't take this away from me. Okay. Oh, nice. You timed out Jackson? What did he say? Some bullish shill shit, probably. Every time he willingly hands his hole over to the Fed, the market tanks for the next 3 months. Why is that? I also thought that, but then I just realized that centaurs are European. Okay. I never thought you were gay, but you'll never know if I'm just saying that to brown nose. Damn it. You got me. I thought you were weird when I first started watching. Boy, was I right. I am. Are you pie curious? No, I don't like pie. No, European? Ah, I'm not gay. But thanks, Popcorn. I'm glad to know that if I was, I'd have your support. I don't like pies. This is the worst crash ever. It's really shitty. Do you like fish sticks? Only in and around my mouth, Carl. You're missing out, Girk. Being gay is awesome. I just don't like dicks. Like, you know the way JFresh loves dicks? I don't have that same love of dicks. And I feel like liking dicks is a big part of it. What actually happened is I found you early on, but thought you were really mean and monotoned. So I stopped watching for like a year, and then found you again and realized you were right. I kissed a dude once. That's how I figured out I was not, in fact, gay. I did not enjoy it. Fair. I don't think gay comes with an accent. I know a lot of gay dudes that don't have any type of affectation in their voice. I know a lot of straight dudes that do not sound masculine. So yeah, I don't think I feel like that's not a good qualifier. For me, it was when you said you took all weekend making an egg. I would never eat an egg salad sandwich. This is a fucking lie. I just realized you have a giant brain. I'm here for that. There's a name for that, Jen. I don't remember what it is. All right, let's see the Clussy Club in. The word you're looking for is flamboyant. No. Jfresh has a family, but he's definitely a meat flute player. One time when I was in middle school, another dude tried to kiss me, and I freaked out and punched him. Looking back on it, I kind of feel bad because you don't know what that kiss would have been like. I found you sometime in early 2022. I heard you trying to teach people stuff and was interested, but you also said the squeeze wasn't happening, so I left because of SS brain, and then I came back later to learn. Okay. I figure that's kind of how it works. Sapiophile? Maybe that's what it is. That sounds right. Did we just break through the 200 MA? On what? Like the daily? I don't fucking know. Hold on. Yes. Yes, we did. Actually, we broke through it a little while ago. Or this guy, Carl said that being happy doesn't mean that he's gay. He whispered it in my ear from behind. Carl likes to sneak up behind you and whisper in your ear. Or that's at least what the fanfic says. That's canon. How did my 43.30, 43.25 call spread sell for 720 at 12.59? I'm definitely not complaining as I bought it back cheaper. Just wasn't expecting more than $5 max because of assignment risk. Sell for 720. I don't know, that's odd. Did you leg into it? This sounding like a personal testimony meeting on how we all found Jesus. Not a cult, remember? Yeah. Keep that in mind. I'm here because I lost the money my sister gave me for options investing. I'm definitely not Warden. Nope. Okay, Jeff G. Just different sister, different gambling problem. That's fine. If I held my puts from 2 days ago, I would have made 30K. Yep, it's dropping hard. I wish I was gay because I have plenty of gay men flirting with me, but rarely any women. Interesting. If I was Warden, I'd be really annoyed that you stole all my viewers after I was a confirmed shill, which you also are. I'm definitely a shill. Yeah. Big time. If I held my puts from 2 days ago, I'd have no money because they would have expired 2 days ago. Just so that guy knows, flirting with straight men is super easy for a gay guy and fun. See, that doesn't. I feel like that doesn't work on both sides of the aisle. That'd be like if I went to a lesbian bar and I was like, "What's up, ladies?" You're a shill because I pay you and you work for Citadel. Yeah. I'm glad everyone feels confident to post intrusive thoughts. We're a tight knit community here. Fly Dan. What's up, Appens? They'd be like, "Whoa, you're Butch? You must drive a Subaru." I don't own a Subaru. My puts are green, but not by much. They expire Monday. What are the odds we drop a lot more over the weekend? Better now than they were an hour ago. Do butch men drive Subarus? The only people I've ever known who own Subarus were stoners and people that live in Northern California. At one point, I had a 0GT 357P QQQ that I sold for 12.5% gains. Now 125%. We just got to keep the account net positive for the week. Also, Fubo shorted today or just market trend? It got shorted with the market trend. It's fun. Let's lose 20? That'd be crazy. Lots of people who live in snowy areas have Subarus. All right. There's no snow in Northern California, but okay. Any hope for a cat next week? Or are you trying to play it? What are you trying to play it doing? What do you expect? What do you thinking it's gonna do? Hope for it going down more? Yeah, probably. I don't know what's worse, that you brought up First Wives Club or that I've seen it. Love Diane Keaton. Is there a greater than 0% chance that my 0 DTE 421p 4210s end up in the money? Asking for a friend. I think your chance is like 0.003% right now. Now it's a marble on a cheap ball. I like the fear. You can smell it, dork. If we close below 42.25, you think someone in the B of A office will cry and or get fired? Probably not. They did such a good job de-risking today, right? Smells like durian. Oh God. Refresh my brain. I have a 422p on SPY. What happens on assignment? You end up short. Short SPY at 422. Can you teach you the best way to make $1 million in a market crash? Do you have $10 million? Because it's really easy. I don't like Coldplay. No, not 10 million. Shucks. I was gonna say, if you have $10 million, you could definitely walk away from a market crash with 1 million. Who was that guy who said he shouldn't have ghosted me earlier? I want you to know that I'm about to break even on the position you ghosted. So, fuck you. Boom, roasted. Oh no, my profits, they're gone. And they're back. That was scary. How are you negative 3K? I'm only down $500, and all of that's from my 12,000 call that gets priced into the P&L every day for no reason. Has anybody noticed this on WeBull? If you have like an option open like this and it's negative, it gets priced into your daily P&L every single day. Fidelity does that too. It's stupid. I've been averaging like 4% returns on Fubo, CSP, CCs. It's been pretty nice. Oh, well done. A week? That's very good. Oh wait, Dork, we have new positions. I forgot to tell you. Oh, you did it, you son of a bitch. This market looks like a flaming bag of dog shit. Yeah, I know. I wish it would burn up a little faster though, you know? Can you switch to realized P&L? I don't know. No. No, you can just change the order of them. After today, do the pumpers still have bigger exposure levels, or is it finally over? 4,200, 4,175, 4,150, and 4,100. They've sold them all the way down the chain forever. Ding ding, the day is done, and we closed below 42.24, and I made money on that shitty fucking put that I held all day, which is actually the best part of everything that happened. But thank God that's over. That was the most boring drop ever. Like, the market went down 126 basis points today, but I feel completely unsatisfied. And I had puts for like 90 basis points of that. But pretty bearish end of the week, and VIX closing the day near its intraday high, so that's going to spook some old people into the weekend. They're going to be calling their financial advisors tonight and asking them a bunch of questions. So we ended up today kind of a little bit in between the median and bearish range. And moved roughly in line with VIX at 125 basis points. So if you use like VIX 16 is 100 basis points, right? And then like VIX 20 over 16, right? It's like 125. and then 32 would be like 200 basis points a day, so on. You guys get it. Anyway, I'm not gonna call it until the member stream on Sunday at 12:30 p.m. But I think I win. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I win this week. Best quant. I'm running out of room for the trophies too. ES continuing to fall after market close. Yields actually moderated a little bit today, but bond volatility, well, I don't know. It hasn't printed yet. Vol up. Yields kind of running away from that. We could probably expect some period of this occurring over the next month or so, provided we don't lose stability and the market doesn't crash. But this is kind of what happened. So you see how vol is now above 0% on the spread. So this means that buying bonds and buying long volatility are incentivized, right? And I'll put out a clip of me explaining this in more detail from last night. But if you looked before the COVID crash, this kind of happened too, right? As vol moved above zero and bonds kind of tried to run away from it. And then, obviously volatility throughout all of that picked up a bunch, and then, finally it normalized after the market crashed. But this went on from roughly like Feb SLD into the actual crash, which, occurred in March. Well, I guess it started at Feb SLD. Right? So it was like from here. This was Feb OPEX, where it started crashing. And then it kind of finished up around the end of March. Anyway, I mean, that doesn't mean the market's gonna like crash on Monday or anything. It's just a cool thing to note, right? Here on the OPEX expiration. Anyway, 3-month correlation picked up today, but 1-month correlation actually dropped. So a little bit of vol control, but in the shorter term, still no print on that. We've got, well, that's the weekly. Hold on. Correlation with VVIX and VIX futures, the short-term VIX futures is picking up, as is correlation with spot VIX. Out on the weekly, we should see that continue as we move into a higher volatility regime. That's about it for the market stuff. I mean, I'll have more when we have data. This is notable on the weekly and on the monthly. The SPX has failed its long-term trend. And on the monthly, we're getting a continuation of 3 red months in a row. And yeah, I mean, I give technical analysis a lot of shit, but this one's pretty rarely wrong. Very, very rarely is SPX ever red for 3 for an entire quarter, basically. There's very few instances of it happening that don't lead to a market crash or a severe correction. And going all the way back. I mean, you can go back forever, and it's exceedingly rare to have 3 continuous down months in the market without it being followed by a correction into a bear market or an actual crash. So I thought that's pretty cool to point out. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's cool. GME tips are converging. Not a lot of covering in the IJH yet, but a lot of covering on XRT today. And not a lot of covering on the underlying. Still a shitload of covering to go, remember that when everything is covered and GME becomes liquid again, it should be roughly around there, right? And then the yellow line's gonna move up to there, and the red line will move up to like right there. Right, so still a ton of covering it. So the short positions are super compounded. We'll see if that's realized or not. I don't know what XRT being back on Reg Show is going to mean for that, but I think the fact that they covered on XRT today is a good sign. Even though it didn't lead to a ton of price improvement, it shouldn't until we get into the actual T+2 period and all the short calls from this week fall off. And once the market maker like deleverages that hedge as they're covering, you get that big volatility spike. It's fun times. I think that's about it. Fubo got shorted with the drop in Russell today. That might be another one where earnings are kind of more important than the OPEX, similar to Upstart. Siri's getting the ever-loving fuck shorted out of it. They eased off of the borrowing pool a bit, but they're still shorting the shit out of the ETFs. This one might run. I mean, its prior run was kind of right before OPEX in July. But it kicked off like with the ETF FTDs, right? And this is kind of kicking off with the ETF FTD period. And so we'll see if we get like a big run next week. But I think Siri and GME look kind of good for that. And that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you Sunday morning for the members stream at 12:30. I hope you all have a great weekend. Later.